Hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Or, yes, happy pre-Pi Day. Hi, Starfighter. Always good to see you. Do I have anything to talk about today? Maybe. I'm not sure yet. I've been contemplating... Where's my keyboard? There we go. I've been contemplating wrapping up this Pyanodon series. I think there's still progress to be made, obviously, and there's still a lot that I can do, but also, well, there we go, 144 hours. I haven't decided for sure yet, but if I do my 2 normal streams next week, that would put me at exactly episode 40, and that might be it. Again, haven't decided for sure, but obviously I will find something else Factorio related to fill the void. Yeah, 3 more years until we finish this run. Exactly. Honestly, I've been kind of keeping an eye on the mod portal, hoping that one of the other big mod packs would hit 2.0. C-Block isn't quite there yet. I think most of Bob's is done, but Angels is still being ported to 2.0. Nullius needs Angels before it can be ported as well. Ultra Cube. Or yeah, Crastorio. I'm sure Rye has other stuff to do than work on Crastorio right now. Ultra Cube is fun, but I'm not... It's probably fine for like an intermediate series, but it's not going to be super long running like Pi, right? And I also might just take a break from this save and do some other Factorio stuff for a few weeks and then come back to it. That is an option too. But it's starting to feel like it's time. Ooh, that's a lot of just spoiling. Where's this coming from? Like, yeah, it's all gonna spoil eventually, but I'm surprised there's this much of it. Oh, because this isn't using any right now, is it? Because we're fully backed up on these retroviruses. I could fix that. And the way that I fix that is by... Yeah. Well, I had plans to do a all Gleba everything spoils run for my when I hit 100 subs on YouTube. So that is coming no matter what. Just a matter of time there. What are you waiting for? You're waiting for laboratory instruments. Also, I apparently don't ever deal with this being able to... Eh? Yeah, I don't ever buffer this. I don't... Okay, I need to fix that. Not that plasmids are done. Like, they still haven't backed up. But I do want to make sure that this will... Well, I mean, turning these off doesn't necessarily matter, because they just de-incubate. But... Yeah, why don't I have these? Rubber... Okay, rubber's coming. It's fine. It's just these are always slow. They're always my bottleneck. I think I've got rubber now going to several more places for various projects. This is a long rubber belt. Oh, glassware for science. Which is also totally... Now I'm worried about my rubber production. Alright, purely based on latex. That's fine, as long as my latex is still functional. Rocks don't look backed up. I see moss. I see sap. Yeah, these three are running, these three are not. But all three of these are running. Did I ratio something wrong? That I have 3 of these to this few? Oh no, they're going. Oh, also, this is stupid. Let me fix that. There's no reason I should be burning gasoline for steam at this point. I have free unlimited electricity, so I should be making electric boilers for everything that looks like that. This is, I think, a little bit of legacy from before I decided I had unlimited power, and it can go away. Get rid of one more drain on my... This is a long belt, just to fuel that, too. Oh my god. Did this belt really just fuel steam down there? This is ridiculous. Alright. Now... Where did I put those electric boilers that I just made? Hopefully 2 is enough. I didn't actually check. Each of these can make 60 a second. Each of these uses 15, 30, 60, 90. So yeah, 2 is enough. All right, that'll save a little bit of gasoline. So the first thing I wanted to try to do today, before I just got distracted by that being subtly wrong, and there was one other subtly wrong thing that I talked about that I need to fix. I don't really know how to fix... Well, yes I do. I know how to fix this. I just don't want to fix this. What I need to do to fix this is to turn off this entire belt back to like here when I'm backed up on cocoons for this system. And that sounds like a lot of effort. So I'm not going to do that, but I do need to try to improve my processing of fluorospalanin further down the road, because obviously this is backing up. But the other thing that I noticed was here, because we don't buffer, here, here, and then let's reach, yeah, into here. You are enabled when plasmids are less than a stack in the buffer. Now this will also run, unfortunately right now, where we have no laboratory instruments coming in. And like they will spoil and cycle in this case. But I think that's fine. It'll at least stop using power once plasmids actually do back up, which will probably be approximately never. But hey, doesn't hurt. to prepare. Lol. I have this buffer chest for for these, as if they will ever actually back up. Okay. Those are those two things that I noticed were broken. So let's think about the jerky problem. The jerky problem, for anyone who doesn't know, is this. And also this. So the obvious things to do with jerky is to compost it into biomass and use that for biomass fuel. Right now I've got this feeding off of wood, but I can make well, we're actually using, what are we using here? Yeah, the fiber instead of biomass. But we definitely can bring in other sources. And what I'm doing right now is this is like a self-contained plant that powers itself and then pushes additional steam to another steam turbine. And I think that's fine. Whoops, I did not mean to. How did I lose my map? There we go. I'm wondering, I might want to do something with like priority inputs, top-up valves on either the molten salt or the high-pressure steam side, so that we like prefer to burn our biomass byproduct before coming here. But the other thing to do with jerky and with the animal parts in general before they spoil is to make worker food. And when we look at worker food, it's not that bad. It's just not that bad. We need skin. So guts and jerky are easy to get from my Vrox, because the only things that I care about from Vrox right now are the formic acid and the meat from them is going to Nexilite mining right now. Oh, hey, my bots are trying to bring me stuff. The meat from them goes to Nexilite mining, but it's not actually keeping up. I'm not making enough meat to keep my Digosaurs happy. Previously, I had been letting all the meat spoil and feeding the Digosaurs entirely on jerky. It's hard to deal with mixed fuel, because, like, I can't set two, like, filters in here. So if I upgrade to workers' food, though, like, that's huge. That gets, 4 more ores on a single trip, which is going to be a big throughput buff. So I don't hate that. Obviously, at that point, we're letting the meat spoil into jerky because we no longer have a use for it, but that's okay. And similarly, brains, we would be letting spoil until I have a use for brains. The other things that we need for... I'm actually going to switch to workers' food instead of looking at jerky craft. So guts and jerky we can get easily. Seaweed we can get easily. Seaweed is free, right? Seaweed is ZI. Starch isn't too bad. Water is easy. Tin is relatively easy. And then we need blood and lard. And blood and lard are down here. Lard does... Yeah, here we go. So you can see the things that we have end up with excess of compared to what this needs, right? Oh yeah, apparently I do have these ones gated, so they won't try to put them in here. But, like, we have extra lard. We have lots of skin, because we don't have a use for skin. Again, brains. Again, guts. And all of this is spoiling into stuff down here. I'm not sure how much of a stream of workers' food I can get from that. And I think I need to do something, because right now what happens is anything that doesn't get sucked up into this gets eventually will just spoil and then end up out here as either biocrud or jerky, or the stuff that doesn't spoil, like bones and skin, will just build up forever. So what I think I probably will want to do here, I can just do this with blueprints because I don't think we're in bot range, is I can hook this up like that. And what's the condition for these? A. For animal samples? Probably. So if I say this is A is greater than 0, if I enable this when A equals 0, so when we're not producing animal samples, which is now, S. What's S used for? I don't know. Anyway, if I want, yeah, I turn this on and I filter it to like the things we want to get out, right? So like, and the things that are used in here that we want to get out. So we're gonna have lard and skin and basically all the animal parts. You know, maybe just do a single blue one because that's easier. Lard and skin and meat and bone. We need 2 apparently. And whatever else we need to make workers' food. Guts. And we don't need brains. And we actually don't need... Yeah, so it would just be, I guess, lard and skin that we'd want to pull out of here. Lard, skin, and guts? Lard, skin, and guts. Okay. Don't need meat, don't need bones, do need guts. Okay. And what this says, basically, is anything in here which is useful to make workers' food, if it's left over when we're done from science, spit it out and make workers' food. And then this stuff would have to go somewhere, off to workers' food land. Up here, we have the same thing, right? We've got guts and... Well, I think just guts is the only one that's a ingredient from up here, right? Guts, oh, and the jerky. Yeah, and we've got jerky from both sources. So yeah, we'd take like guts and jerky, well, so much jerky. But if we take guts and jerky from here, along with the stuff from down here, basically we're only turning the byproducts into workers' food initially, but that might be okay, question mark? You know, when I look at how much... Every stack in here used to be a stack of lard, right? So I have been letting a lot of it go to waste. So I think it's probably fine to do this way. So that's the thought. I have to figure out how to route all this and hope that everything doesn't spoil on the way. I mean, I guess if stuff does spoil on the way, it just gets turned into jerky or biocrud and just gets fed back into the system from those sides. The biocrud I still don't have an immediate sink for, but that's fine as well. You know, it's probably better to do 3 separate belts for the 3 things that we need from here, but yeah. Yeah, and then jerky. Yeah, I could do that. I'd have like that, and then jerky would merge up with the bottom of that belt, and then I'd have 2, so this would be like lard, skin, and guts. And reset these, because I don't think you can paste just... And then down here, we'd have jerky, which would go up like this. Cool. And then I'd have my 2 belts of stuff going up. Up to wherever I decide to make this factory, which should probably be close to the rails, right? That way, anything else that needs worker food long-term, I can build... Yeah. So that would be reasonable to put it like, well, it's a lot of landfill to put it here, but then again, we've got some of the stuff right here already. And then from up here, we'd want to grab just guts and jerky, right? So we'd grab jerky from here, our main jerky output, and we grab guts from... This is supposed to be the guts buffer. This is the secondary guts buffer because I have too many guts. And then up here we have meat, and meat will... This whole belt goes away because we're going to start feeding workers food to these guys instead of meat, so that'll get shuffled around. Meat will end up being just turned into jerky, which is a little silly, but that's okay. So that doesn't sound terrible, and I think I'm still going to have too much jerky, and I'm still going to want to turn some of it into power, into biomass for power, or biomass for ash for other things, or whatever. But for now, if I take this jerky output down to here, and I'm going to want to do the same thing. Let's get this melamine resin out of the way. Let's grab the same output here. Oh, and I'm going to need to whitelist these to guts. That does look like it's all guts and no jerky, though. Cool. And a bunch of these guts may spoil on the way, because right now guts are over... I just probably shouldn't do this many. Let's get rid of some of these. Just have one of these start emptying this. Because I've been buffering guts here because this one was full, but we can start to fix that now. So this belt now needs to go down here to where I'm going to be actually doing this factory. And a little further south and over. Yeah, this is a relatively open area in the base, so it's not going to be too hard to get all this routed in some sort of reasonable way. Quote-unquote reasonable. Oh, hey, is that tin? I also need that for workers' food. Beautiful. I think that's probably going to, like, my battery setup right now, so I should probably be careful about leeching off of that. But my tin supply on rails isn't really ready for prime time yet. Yeah, try to keep these reasonably compact so I don't have too many belts spread everywhere. So follow about the same path that all this stuff follows. All right. And this is a guts and jerky belt. And this is also about to be a guts and jerky belt. The question is, do they have guts and jerky on the same sides? I think they do. Oh, did I do it right? What are the chances? If I did it right... Oops, where does this one go? There. Oh, I'm in map mode. Let's not be in map mode. Yeah, guts are on the left, jerky's on the right. Oh yeah, this did not do what I wanted at all. I had these kind of backwards. That's okay, though. Get rid of that, and let's do that. Whoops. And let's get that one going again. Okay, so we have guts and jerky here. We will have guts and jerky here. Needs to come up and merge with this guts and jerky. And let's see. This is a long belt, so it's going to take a little while to fill itself up. I just want to make sure I don't have it broken somewhere, like right here. And yeah, I've got guts on the top, jerky on the bottom. Over here, it's guts on the top, jerky on the bottom. Yes. Perfect. Now, this is all going to come into automated factory. And I'm going to use an automated factory because this has a bunch of inputs, and I don't want to deal with fuel. All the normal reasons you would use an automated factory. So we're going to just, like, plop this here. I don't... Workers' food. Okay. So the thing is... We're gonna have guts on this belt that can potentially spoil into jerky. So we're gonna want to have a place, and I guess I'll use a chest. That might not be the right choice, but it's what I'm gonna do. Also, where's my... I should really put this, like, here. And we take this guts and jerky belt over here. We want to split it so that jerky goes down. So that when guts do spoil, they get put in here. And then I will do something with this, like, overflowing to somewhere else at some point. The guts, on the other hand, will come right in here. All right, so that's 2 ingredients. The other thing I need to bring over is lard and skin. Now, again, lard can spoil. So we need to deal with that, and we'll deal with it here. Output left is going to be spoilage, biocrud. Need to deal with. Otherwise, 2 inputs here, and I've got space here to deal with the blood pipe. Which is an unfortunate phrase that I hope I never have to say again. But, that's just Pyanodons. Sometimes a blood pipe is just a totally normal thing. So this does have to have enough blood for this to keep running. And what I can probably do is I'm going to put an overflow on. I bigger than 80. We're going to set this to like I bigger than like 0 for a second. Just a second. And there is a method to my madness here. Come over here. Do I have a tank in my inventory? I have a few of these smaller ones, and I think that's okay. This comes up here. Yeah, we'll do it like right here. All right. So this is going to start pushing blood up into this part of the system. And what I'm trying to do is just get these tanks low enough that I can delete one and not void a bunch of blood. Which I think is now. Yes. Cool. So now I can set this back to like above 80. So this will pump down as long as this is above 80k, which is more than enough blood for this system. This buffer could be a lot smaller. I don't care. And then it'll push blood up into here. We need water. I can get water. Water is trivial. All right. Let's get a couple of these. Cool. Let's use yellows everywhere. I don't think, yeah, 0.5 of everything is fine, but whatever. I also am going to need jerky and jerky. Well, jerky's an input, but if something spoils to jerky, it ends up in an output, right? So I do still need to have a jerky output. And that'll loop back around, actually, to, like, here as an input. Sure, why not? And then... What I need is a way to say... Yeah, I mean, I just do it here, right? And I say, I hook these up. And I say if this is more than... Enable if jerky... I'll remember to use Control F at some point in my life. Remember, enable if jerky is greater than 1900. Yeah, 1000, 1900 here. So yeah, if it ever gets to here, start outputting it. And then the output from this one, I mean, it's just like that thing, right? And this would be whitelist jerky. Then we need another one that is whitelisted on BioCrud. There we go. So that'll get anything that, any lard that spoils in this machine will head out. That's fine. tin I saw over on the side. I can get that. What am I missing here? Flora, tin, and seaweed. Okay, this is actually almost done. Flora we have right here. This is, yeah, my standard Flora loop, whatever. We'll just grab another one of these. All right, and again, it'll be the standard Flora loop where we want to have output right is, nope. Again, we'll do output, it doesn't really matter. Output right is native Flora. And that loops up here, around, back down. There we go. And then the output of this will be everything that spoils from native Flora. And that needs to be brought back around onto one of these belts. But along with that, we also need to grab out of here. This will be Flora Spalanin and Biome. Not that Flora Spalanin should ever have a chance to spoil to biomass, but, like, you want to do it right when dealing with spoilage. And then this comes right through here. Down here. Back around. There we go. Who came up with this food recipe? I don't know. One of the core Pyanodon's devs. None of it's hard. Like, this is all pretty standard bits and pieces. Question is, why are my guts not here yet? Did I miss something? Oh, I missed a belt. Yep. And then this is going to be jerky out when we overflow on jerky. And then that, there we go. So this is going to be turkey and biocrud out. Turkey? Jerky and biocrud out. What's left here? Seaweed, tin, and starch. I'm making starch somewhere. I make a little bit of starch up here. Do I? Does this one use starch? No. I'm making starch somewhere in here? Yes, and that's direct feeding this food, which is only used for... Okay. Yeah, I think I can just grab this starch here. I don't think there's any reason not to just take this starch. I might need to expand my releases a little bit, but whatever. It's like, where is it? Right here. Yeah. If I do end up needing to expand the releases, that's not the end of the world. Only issue is I've got to get this through, like, I mean, here wouldn't be too bad, except these are here. Can I come through on this side? Not... Well, actually... Yes. Let's do that instead. Where do I want to be? I want to be here. Okay. Because this section wasn't already enough of a spaghetti. And then, yeah, right over here. Beautiful. Out of belts. Definitely gonna have to go get more belts. Yep. Cool. So that will be the starch input. And that just leaves tin and seaweed. For 0.5 seaweed a second, where do I have some seaweed that I can compare this to? Not that I'm expecting to actually be able to run this thing at full power all the time, but, you know, it's nice to think about. Okay, each of these makes 0.2. Okay, so I only need like 2 seaweed farms. That's fine. That's cheap. They just need water. So cool. Yeah. Right? It only uses 0.5 seaweed a second? Yeah, 0.5. So yeah, we'll run that on 2 seaweed farms. And then the tin I'll need to pull up. I guess I'll fork the tin off of, like, here, wherever I saw it. This is the tin that goes to batteries. Think. No, this tin does not go to batteries. This tin goes to... Oh, and then it comes back around here. Do I already have tin over here? Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah, I could totally fork this off and get it on, like, the other half of the belt with my starch. Cool. In that case, I don't need a separate tin belt at all. I just need to get seaweed done. Beautiful. Those are moss farms. Seaweed crop facilities need limestone. Okay. Let me see. Do I have a soil extractor built right now? I have some, yeah. Let's get limestone into the bot network so that I can put seaweed crop facilities on my everything in my mall. I'm just looking for a decent spot where we have RoboPort coverage and water that I can just plop this thing down. I'm not sure that there is an obvious answer to that, so I might have to just find a spot of water and do this as its own little thing somewhere. Yeah, there's water up here, so let's just go up here. And, yeah, we can do it right up here. If I put this here, put this... Whoops, I didn't mean to make another one of those. That's fine, though. Put that there. That is a provider chest, right? Yep. Limestone. There we go. Cool. So that'll just start putting limestone in here, and then I can add seaweed crop facilities. There's probably more stuff that we don't have in the system yet that we're going to need there. But I will hand build the ones that I need right now, as always. Here we go. Steam engines, and where do I have some limestone sitting around that I can just grab? I wonder if there's any up in the buffer chests. Limestone. Hey, look, limestone. Cool. 2 seaweed crop facilities. That'll be enough. I mean, 3 would be better, but... Three. And do I have... That's a bunch of moss. Do I have seaweed? No. There should also be a bunch of seaweed in these buffer chests. Or in the storage chests. Okay. So that's the seaweed, and then I also needed to grab belts so that I can route the tin in. How is my inventory like this? All right, and there was one more thing I think that I needed to hook up into this, right? Oh, the starch, yeah. Starch just hasn't belted its way down yet. Tin I need to hook up to be sort of on the other side of the starch belt. Which I can do, like, right here. I can fork tin off, like, I don't know. Oh, look, it's already forked off right here. And then send some through. That won't be a problem. Yeah, this will be easy. And then I will have workers' food. Oh! I also apparently dump a bunch of stuff from slaughtering fish. And why are my fish totally stopped? Oh, they're not. They're just slow. Okay. Might need to start making more fish. But I should hook this up and bring the guts and skin and whatever else from here down as well into the system. Yeah, and I can see we're out of food here for the Nexlet farm. And I haven't even, I don't think I've even disconnected meat yet. I think it's just... Oh, we're backed up on Formic. That should never happen. This should literally never happen. What? How did I break? Which belt needs to be carrying this up? Okay, it's this one. Let's trace this back and figure out what I broke. Yeah, it's this belt. To right... Oh, to right here. There we go. I didn't even see that when I was going through here, removing the fuel pipe. All right, that'll fix itself. But still, this doesn't make enough meat to feed my workers. So, you know what? While that is empty, let's clean up a little bit. This is some A-plus spaghetti that I am undoing here. Alright, so this is going to switch to a two-sided belt. Yeah, we do a bunch of weird filtering here. That can all stop. Make sure that this can safely be a two-sided belt all the way up. The answer is yes. Also, that is some jerky up there. And then along this way, I think... Yeah, again, we, like, fork off. This is where the meat goes to the... Yeah, and then that feeds in there, and that's fine. All right. So yeah, getting this running on workers' food will be nice. Please get this, like, all in one stack. There we go. Okay. With that cleared up, let's get tin, and then we need to set up a little bit of seaweed, and then we have workers' food. All right. So this is already doing, like... I think if we do this here... Then we can do, like, a here... And like a... Ooh, so close. That's fine. That's what that's for. Like that. And then like that. Except instead of relying on it merging directly, let's do that. That's also not what I wanted. Stop. Wait. It's right the first time. Then there, and then that. There we go. Fascinating. Oh, well, that's a problem. I was like, how did this get so broken? That's how. I'm not sure when I did that, but the Sargeras has been turned off for a while. Okay, but that should get this moving again, hopefully. And we can now do... What do I got? We got this food here. We're going to have tin coming down here shortly. Yep. So starch is in. Tin will be in. Seaweed from our... Oof, I always forget how big these are. From our seaweed farms. 1, 2, 3... Did I accidentally throw the seaweed back in my... Yes, I did. Okay. That is the seaweed input. I think as far as our spoilage outputs, they are all correct. So I can whitelist this to worker food. And then this would this be a good use for caravans, actually? Is it reasonably low volume enough? It might be. All right, that's worker food, which is part of my sink for all of my stuff. Yeah, this is buffered and overflowed. We're not overflowing on crud yet. For now, do I just loop all of this back to those big storage buffers for biocrud? And I think I do. Because, like... let's do that. Let's do this. Oop, and Twitch says it is ad break o'clock. I will pause, top up my water, and I'll see you all in just a couple of moments. Although this is just going to cycle jerky, isn't it, now that I think about it? We're going to have to come up with a better solution than this. But that will be a decision in a moment. Okay, welcome back from the ad break. Thanks to everyone who stuck around through the ad break. It is always appreciated. I try not to run ads. I don't run ads any more frequently than I have to keep pre-roll ads off, and I run my ads in one big chunk so that I can step away and take a break. That way you never miss anything during the ads. I know a 3-minute chunk of ads is kind of frustrating, but I'd rather have a chunk of ads than have people be interrupted every few minutes when I'm trying to talk through something complicated. I don't think frequent ad breaks works well with the kind of content I'm trying to make. Plus, it's good for me to be able to take that break every hour, stretch my legs, get some water, etc. Okay, so I just realized that this is a big loop, and that's stupid. We're literally just, like, feeding jerky in and out. And what I probably actually want to do is, instead of running this in this direction, let's just take this all, well, let's take it apart down at this end first. What I actually kind of want is to have, I mean, I want to have another destination for jerky and bio crud that doesn't get used here, right? So jerky will overflow, and that's fine. This bio crud eventually has to go somewhere. That's fine. And that somewhere is, well, for the jerky, I guess for the jerky and the bio crud, it's recycled or compost jerky into compost jerky into biomass and burn the biomass and the bio crud to make power, right? That's the second use of jerky after workers' food here. But let's start adding some caravan outposts here. This is making a bunch of stuff that I don't want it to make. Okay. Let's add caravan outposts to our mall, and maybe a couple of them will be built by the time I get over there. Cool. It might figure that out. I also need to see if I have some spare caravans. Because I think right now I've got a caravan outpost. We can just go to it. I've got this outpost here that's full of jerky, and this is what feeds the few caravans that I have. But I think I can make, like, set up a food outpost here and have the caravans pick from here, drop it off at a more central location, right? Well, one, we have to get food up to Nexalit. That's a requirement. And then, you know, maybe I make this second location that they're always dropping food off at my, like, feeding location as well, because that's reasonably, well... What are even my other caravans? That's the other question. I've got one that takes... I think I've got a titanium caravan still. Did I get rid of that? I don't remember. I may have gotten rid of the titanium caravan and just plumbed it in. In which case I only have one caravan right now, and it doesn't really matter where it gets food. Let's see, the titanium caravan used to feed titanium into this system. Oh no, it's still here. And yeah, if I check this guy's schedule, it's got an interrupt to eat at... Yeah, this one that's at 291.72, and that's this one. But if I move that over here, that's not that big of a difference, distance-wise. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And then I will have a caravan that just delivers from down here where I'm making the food up to wherever it is. Here, where the food will be shoved in here, and also where other caravans can grab it. And that'll sort of be the central location. So that means that I can grab... I'm going to fill my inventory with jerky. Yep, there it goes. All right. And then this is a different problem than just the normal level of filled with jerky that my inventory will be. So let's try to... never mind. We're totally backed up on... All right, let me get another caravan outpost here. And do I have some extra caravans even? I do. Oh, I have some caravan outposts. Okay, that's even better. Let's throw this back in here. Couple of caravan outposts, a caravan. Let's get this started. And once I have caravans going and outposts, I can start... Well, the jerky will start flowing once the food is being taken where it needs to go, right? So we're going to put a caravan outpost down here. Here. Like that. And I'll update the food interrupt schedule to go there. And then there will be one down here, which we don't even need that. The food goes directly into this caravan outpost. And then grab this caravan. Oh, stop, stop, stop. Add destination, this guy. Fill cargo. Add destination. This guy. Empty cargo. Add interrupt. Eat. But eat. Food is going to be this now. Your destination is this. Store food. Oh, but that is probably... Yeah, less than 10. If you're down to one stack, half a stack, do the thing. And let's run. And it'll immediately try to eat. Oh, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. Also has no... Okay. Oh, I'm in map mode. Jesus. This is why I can't do anything. Okay. Alright, yeah, now this guy's trying to fill up his inventory. And he will eventually start taking the workers' food up to the other destination. And that is perfect. Hopefully one of these is enough, like, factory for this, because I really didn't design this to be scalable. Oh, yeah. Pyanodon's has the caravans, Jonas, which are fantastic. You get them relatively early. You get them way before trains. Yeah, it's kind of a branch off of, just before you get Pi Psi 1, you get zoology here. And that'll give you, the caravans. They're not super efficient, and they need food, so I didn't use them for a long time, but they're good for moving moderate quantities of things around. Oh, this is... I just realized this is wrong. And do I want to fix it, or do I want to hack around it? I'm going to hack around it. Yeah, both of these are wrong, actually. Although this one I can fix. Can I fix? Or I could just do this. I need to handle if there's biocrud at the end of this belt. And I need to handle if there's... Not you. There's jerky here. No, that's biocrud. This is biocrud. Jerky is on this side of the belt. Not that it should matter, but I don't want them mixing. Okay. That should handle getting spoilage off the ends of these. And I should probably set decay priority to decayed first. For all the inputs. I don't know how much that matters coming off of belts, like if they can see within the single square that certain items are more decayed than others. It doesn't look like it's necessarily preferring decayed first here. Yeah, one of these might not be enough. I might need to rejigger this whole setup and get 2 of these. Because I've got a lot of excess lard coming through for some reason. Yeah, because these are only on when this is on. Because, yeah, if there's... We need to make science packs. We either want to make Sarkarus or... We want to make animal samples, which involves slaughtering. As long as the animal sample thing is on, then everything coming through here goes through here. Otherwise, A is 0. Yes, A is 0. And these are allowed to feed through. But why are these... Yeah, disabled because skull is 0. Okay. Oh, but we can also turn this on if we need bones, which it doesn't look like we do, so that's fine. Because that comes down here. Right? Do I remember how this works? They feed into, like, here. Yeah, okay. And we turn on the bone signal when that's less than 100. I think this also turns on for the bone signal. Yeah. Gonna turn on input priority here because I want to keep the rocks clear. And I think I've got a little more space here. Okay, I need to redo this, and I need to design it in such a way that I can have, like, 2 of these automated factories here. I also have a disaster in my inventory. I'm not quite sure how to deal with that. Alright, but let's try to make this a little more extensible. So if I'm going to have 2 of these next to each other, making worker food. Alright, obviously we're going to have a blood pipe. Obviously. And we're going to have a water pipe. How many inputs do we have? 8 inputs. Okay. So that's telling me to do this then. And this is our output. And then each of these is going to have you know, something like this. Although we want to be able to stack these, so it would be like this. You know, this old trick to be able to run 2 belts past. Same thing on the other side, right? So that is our 8 inputs. Now, the thing to figure out is how do we assign these so that we make sure that things that are spoiling can be cleanly looped. And I think that's got to look like this, right? The problem is I don't think all of our stuff cleanly spoils to, like, the same things. So our spoilable inputs are guts, lard, and flora. Okay, so we have 3, and they all spoil to different things. Delightful. So the issue, of course, is that this can only have 1 filter set. So we usually would have the input priority as the loop around, right? So, like, this loops. And then the output priority is this side. Okay. So normally what we would do is we would filter out... I guess it's fine. We just have to pull this back. No, actually, you can stay there. We want to do like that. And this needs to be adjusted slightly. Okay. So you need to be input left. I don't actually care about your input priority. And then our left will be our spoilage options, right? So we'll spoil out the jerky. And then here we'll spoil out the... whatever. Biocrud. Right? Bop, bop, bop. Okay. Here's our jerky biocrud spoilage belt. And And then down here... So yeah, this input then would have to be like... whatever. Well, for this one, it would be lard and guts, I guess, is this feed. And then here, we would have... what? How many filters can these have, by the way? 3! And we have 3 spoilage byproducts. Okay, so that's actually good. Although, maybe we just break them off of here. And that's fine, too. Not sure yet. Yeah, and then on this side, it would be, I mean, same but different. Right? We vertically flip that. Oops. And that was supposed to be copied, not cut. That's okay. All right. And then on this side, we actually only have 1 spoilage byproduct. So it's more like here. Well, actually, that's not true, because Flora has a 2-stage spoilage. So I should handle that. So one of these would be fluorospalanin, and the other one would be biomass. Okay. And that's our other spoilage belt. And then our output here, our main output, we've got to deal with, I don't know, however we want to handle separating the actual product from the spoiled, which I have not completely figured out yet. Okay, but this is much better. I can actually, like, work with this. So let's, I don't know, take a bunch of this apart. Okay, so these 2 belts here need to get, like, split apart and redone, because I want to end up with lard and guts on one, lard, so we're going to end up with, like, lard and skin. Yep. Except I don't care about the skin right now. And then here, we're going to do output priority left of guts. Okay. And then we have skin and jerky. Beautiful. So that'll be this one. Nope. That'll be this one. And then this one will be the other one. And then these do potentially spoil. That's fine. They'll get sorted. Down on this side, I need native flora and something else. And then, oh, I've already got tin and, yeah. So that means that we end up with, like, native flora and seaweed as our last belt, and that is also fine. In case some guts spoil before the splitter. They loop around. They'll get taken care of. Or did you mean... Oh, yeah. I see what you mean here. Yep. There. Like that. And actually... Similar thing, I should be looking for potentially... we might get coming through here and being side-loaded. Where do I actually want to do it? I need to deal with in case any lard spoils here as well. Oh yeah, here we go. Change the lard to skin. That's the better way to do it, is flip the side and make this side skin. And then that way... Yeah, that'll work. Because then we'll have lard, and if it does spoil, that's fine, because that's just a pass-through. And then... Yeah. This should work. Alright. And then the only other thing I need to deal with... Let's see. These should be whitelisted to the worker food. That's our actual output. I want to take... Well, I still don't know what I'm doing with all this spoilage output, but I kind of want it to go in the same general directions. This, I think, was my spoiled output already for Flora, so I can just hook that right back up to this belt, because I do have processing for spoiled Flora. And then the spoilage output here is back to the good old trustworthy solution to all of my spoilage problems. Okay, so this should now be, well, extensible, manageable. This needs to go away. This needs to go away. He's going to get confused, but I can reset the feeding schedule. That'll be fine. I want to make sure that I can extend this. Okay. And then these guys also would need to come up here. Let's just do a horizontal. I don't know, to like there. Doesn't matter. The total number of items being crafted here is fairly low. I know a caravan's destination was destroyed. I'm working on it. And then just be lazy, so if I do extend this, I have plenty of inserters. Now you... One, we need to edit the eat. So that... Oh no, I said everything should eat from here, didn't I? Because this is the one that's actually being delivered to. So that's fine. That's store food. And then you need to add a destination here, which is fill cargo. Run. Okay. Hopefully this will be a lot less full than some of the other things. I need to grab a few more automated factories. What do I need for those? Small parts and steel. I should actually have some in the network, though. I just need to actually request them. Those ones I definitely always want. High-pressure furnaces I probably also always want. There we go. Okay. So yeah, a few more automated factories, and then fix this up to loop in a bigger loop, and we should be good to go. What are you waiting for? Oh, I didn't hook up fluids yet. Where's my blood pipe? And then another one here, here, here. There we go. Now this should turn itself back on. And I do still need to deal with the potential other spoilage outputs. If they end up in these machines. Which is all 3 potential spoilage outputs. Or all 4, actually. I do... Whoops. That. And then I'm going to need more of these, but that's okay. You are... fluorospalanin. You are... whatever it's called. Biomass. There we go. So that's the output for each of these. I'll need to rejigger. I think readjust how this loop works to make a little more space inside the loop for, like, each of these to kind of do their, like... There we go. And then you are that. Same thing. And then the loop at the end. What did I do? That goes through there. That goes to there. Not sure. And then this can come all the way down like here. There. Oh. Okay, that looks better. And then I need to do the same thing up here, which means all of this stuff needs to move. Including the station that this guy's trying to load from. Alright, now I just need to reset all my filters. Left is going to be BioCrud. And this one is going to be Jerky. And again, BioCrud and Jerky need to be set up correctly, which these are not. That's okay. You will be BioCrud and Jerky. Yeah. I know your destination was destroyed. I'm working on it. Where did I just accidentally click that belt down, and did it change the direction of something, or did I get lucky? I think I got lucky. I'm gonna bet we actually don't need this many inserters for these machines. So let's be a little less ridiculous. I think probably 4 is fine. Okay. This looks better-ish. And then again, we will have this as our output, which needs to be dealt with. Again, that will just be a couple of warehouses. And then the actual output here. Try this again with the caravan. Not there. Oh. I do. Caravan outpost here. Bunch of inputs. Now I should be able to fix that caravan again. What? Why are you full of solder? Oh, because you're not the one that I wanted. Shoot. Okay, yeah. Add destination. You're the solder caravan. Sorry, I thought that was the food caravan. Solder. Empty cargo. And then... lost my next lit again. It's this guy. Yeah. Add destination. Once more with feeling. Fill cargo. And then I think my caravans that are still full of jerky are gonna get screwed up because they're gonna try to eat when they can't, and they'll get stuck at the food stop. But I can fix that. So let's get those few more, grab some of this and some steel, and I should be able to make a few more. Yep. And then I'm also going to need some more seaweed crop facilities. How many did I end up making down here? 3? Yeah. And each of these makes 0.2. Each of these uses 0.5. So if I actually think that I can run 4 of these, I need 10 seaweed crop facilities, and I have 4. Limestone and tin plate. And I should have a tin plate. Did I put tin plate in a chest around here somewhere? I don't even know. Maybe not. I know I thought about putting tin plate in a chest, but... Alright. Let's get down here. Let's readjust the seaweed so that we can make enough. And then this should be way more capacity to make workers' food than I can actually, like, provide the bits for. But it is only the first line of defense anyway, so... Oh, dear. Well, that's bad. I found where I accidentally put down the belts. Okay, that is some progress made on cleaning up my mess a little bit. Let's get these guys done up right. Can I do like a 4th and a... Yeah, I can do a 5th. I just have to move this belt, which I am fine with. Yeah, guts, lard. What else is in my inventory? Oh, I do have a couple of workers' foods. Those can just go in here. All right, well, this does seem like it's keeping up with lard. Obviously, a lot of my other inputs are just bigger than that, right? I think lard is my limiting factor. Cool. Now, let's take this whole thing, flip it upside down. Do it again. There we go. And then we just have to hook up all of the... Cool. And then there's this weird power through the middle that needs hooking up. There we go. Make sure that all of this stays hooked up. All right. So eventually we end up with jerky here and biocrud here, when all is said and done. Obviously, right now, we are still buffering a lot of jerky and biocrud. But that's okay. I think. So the next step, then, is going to be recycling the... composting the jerky into... Oh, I need a bunch of seaweed, don't I? Have any in here? Not really. I mean, that goes in there. That can go in there. Whoops, that was too much. Stop! Don't send those. So yeah, I need a bunch of seaweed modules. That's fine. When do I need? 70 seaweed? That's not that bad. I have that somewhere in the base. And then yeah, this looks like it can pretty much keep up with my lard production, I hope. At least once seaweed is keeping up with what they can consume. Oh, you're back. The question is, will this guy be able to keep up with the throughput needs of this? Maybe. Yeah, okay. This might be fine. And this should be a lot more Nexilate now. And a lot more consistent Nexilate as well. I should have done this a long time ago. Oh, this was emptying something. Interesting. I must have had a bunch of dirt in my inventory, and I decided to put it through the system. Let's get some seaweed. And then hopefully I can populate those seaweed modules. Do I have seaweed in the system here? I think I already grabbed some of it. Yeah, that's only 20 of the... What did I say I need? 68? Fortunately, I think these are pretty backed up. Yeah. I guess I'll find out if this is worth it, but for now I don't have a use for most of these slaughter byproducts, so... Oh, why is this set so... Yeah, because this will make a lot of these when it needs to now. Should hopefully help this catch up with the bone output of this system. What I actually probably want is right now I slaughter whenever I want these animal samples. And I only feed in bones when I want them. What I should probably do instead at this end is just buffer the... I'm sure there's a reason that I did it this way, and it probably had to do with trying not to produce excess non-bone stuff. I'm not sure. Either way, I think this is... Alright, so these aren't turning on to pull out guts or skin. There we go, because this is still trying to process. So it says whatever's in here is prioritized to this system. This will output its animal sample. This will run again. There's a blip where there's like an animal sample in this chest before it gets fed to the next stage. There we go. And then once that's gone, we start feeding out skin again. We feed out the lard. Cool. So as long as either of these systems, well, really as long as science is running, we'll keep producing the animal bits that we need to make workers' food. And then down here, yeah, the lard is looping around. I think that's just the bio-crud that I put in there. The priority is always the stuff that's cycling, so it should always prefer... effectively the most spoiled, right? Because the stuff that cycles, well, cycles. The stuff that cycles has been there already, so it's by definition older than the stuff coming in. Well, in the steady state. Right now, obviously, we're still emptying other buffers over here and things like that. But in general, that's the expectation. This is fully emptied, which is great. Meat is just backing up. That will eventually spoil to jerky and will end up in the system. Yeah, in theory, this is a belt of, like, 1/2 jerky, 1/2 guts, but of course, depending on how it gets used or not used, the guts can spoil on the way. There's not a lot I can do about that except to deal with it at this end, which we do. Oh, which says that it is time for my hourly break. I'm sorry. I'm going to step away for a few minutes, and we will, when I come back, we'll do the next step of what to do when things keep spoiling here, because they will. All right, I'm back. Sorry that took a moment longer than I would have liked. Okay, so this system is pulling everything through. It's gonna have... We need to deal with, on this belt, somewhere, We feed jerky into here. And then whatever jerky is not actually being consumed, we need to do something about. So, I think this is the old... that, and that'll pull the jerky off of here. And couple it with the jerky that needs to be the output from here. One of these fit here? Yeah. Don't love it, but it'll work. Okay. So we can have like up to a half belt here. Up to a half belt here. These merge together. Plenty of jerky. So, this... Actually, do I want to do that? Or do I want to do... half a belt of jerky and half a belt of biocrud? I'm not sure yet. That is the other half of this, though, is we do have the biocrud. There, there, there. There. Actually, if I do this right, I can make it able to push out a whole belt, right? Okay. So that is biocrud and jerky. So those will then need to go. I'm going to need some recycling, not recycling, composters. I have one. I'm going to need a bunch of composters and a bunch of... I want to leave room to, like, maybe potentially double this thing here. Do I have room for composters up here? Yeah, let's do it up here. Let's just see what this looks like. Composter. Oh, this doesn't say what the speeds are. Okay. So if I want to compost the jerky... 1 jerky to 8 biomass in 3 seconds. Okay. So I need like 45 of these if I wanted to do a whole belt of jerky. We're not going to have that much. We'll start with like maybe 3 and we'll do 1 jerky a second. How's that sound? That sounds almost reasonable. I should have compost plants in my... I think I put them on the mall up here. Could be wrong. Maybe not. Maybe I just thought about putting them up here. But certainly we have all of the stuff available. Or we should. Unless Duralumin is still a problem. Which it might be. Duralumin is still a problem. Why is Duralumin still a problem? Didn't I double my Duralumin production last time? Did. Oh, you're not getting fuel. What? You're not getting... Why is my fuel messed up? Oh. Well, there's your problem. Yeah, I'm not going to have much gasoline if that's my coal input to the gasoline system, am I? Okay. We have been interrupted. We're going to do this. Because I need the Duralumin to make the composters anyway. So let's go... And I've known that this is, you know, these patches are slowly dying for a long time, right? This is not news to me. Yeah, and some of these are still... There we go. Now that's a whole belt. And then I've got this belt up here, which is still plumbed in from somewhere. Don't know where, but now it goes here. I think this used to feed coal to, like, my old iron and copper smelters, but I believe it's still hooked up to a mine down here. All the way down here. Make sure that it is, in fact, hooked up. Oh, this is, let's, at least not do that. Jeez. Let's just do it like this, and then I never have to worry about this. Well, quote-unquote never. I won't have to worry about this for a long time. Cool. So that should fix the gasoline problem, which will help fix the duralumin problem. For now, down here, where I'm doing this work, we're just going to ghost in a few... Each of these makes 8 biomass a second, which is a lot. Let's do some theory crafting real quick. All right, so if we're going to bring in, we'll just say 1 jerky a second. We're going to compost it. We're going to use this as fuel to make hot molten salt. Okay, and that runs... So 3 of these runs 2/3 of this, which means we want... Yeah, here we go. There's a nice ratio. All right, 9 compost plants to 2 biomass plants to, well, 1/4 of a heat exchanger. To, yeah, 1/4 of a high-pressure turbine. Okay. That's fine. I can handle that. I'm not going to build this up to full scale. Maybe I'll ghost it for full scale. I need to see this per second. I had this per minute because I was looking at science, and I do science per minute, and I do everything else per second, and I know that's weird. So yeah, up to 12 a second. Really, we can only have, like, 8 a second. Which is 2/3 or so. Right, because we have half a belt. But if we could build it for 12 a second, and if we had the... Oh, we only need 0.4 a second biocrud. So this burns biocrud very slowly. Maybe we ghost in this whole power plant, and we just don't build the whole thing yet. I kind of like that plan. Okay, so if we go back to this 3 a second, 9 of these runs 2 of these, 24 biomass. Yeah, let's figure out a module of 9 composters to 2 biomass plants, and we're gonna have to figure out the multiple sides of a belt, obviously, because we have a lot of biomass here. And then each of these gets fed 12 a second, which is a lot. But that's fine. I think it's fine. I think we'll keep up with it. So, we're going to take this composter, and we're going to go someplace where we can build a little bit bigger. Maybe it's down here? Let's see what 9 of these looks like if I try to slap them down. Well, no, I don't want a prototype where there's a bunch of trees, because my bots will just start destroying the trees. Let's do it like down here. Okay, there's 9 of those. Each of these will produce whatever 24 divided by 9 is. .6 something. Okay, 2 2/3 biomass a second. So, like, it's gonna be 3. Which is weird. That's fine, I guess. And then the center one, 1, 2, 3, 4, middle is 2. 2. Let's actually move these over. There. There. And there. Okay. Now the problem is that each of these kind of goes like this. Which of these is 2 2/3? 5 and 2 2/3. 4 4/3, which is 5 1/3. So if all of this went on this side, this would be 7 8, which is a little more than it can handle. So I think each of these also kind of gets a little, like, half split. And then, like that. And that's going to be a dozen vaguely balanced across 2 different halves of the belt. We get half of a machine here, plus a whole machine, plus half of a machine here. So that's exactly 2 machines, and this is 2.5 machines. And 2.5 times 2 2/3 is 6 2/3. Okay. So that'll all fit fine on one side of a belt, and 2 times 2 2/3 is also fine. I mean, if 2.5 times is, then yeah, 5 1/3. So that's all good there. And then the biomass power plant, which I don't have any of, so let's just grab one here. That guy goes right here. And it needs a little bit of biocrud, which is fine. And it needs... Ooh, can we center these, maybe? How wide is this? Okay, it does have a middle. There. And there. Hot molten salt. Hot molten salt. Put them down one lower. And then this bit needs to come in. And actually, if we're going to do that, then we can do this. And do kind of this thing. And then however many of these I need for like 12 items a second. I mean, that would work. Hilarious as that is, that would work. Okay. And then we basically copy this, we flip it horizontally, and we drop it back down. And then we replace some of that. Like so, right? Because that should be 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3. Yep. All right. That is a module. And then we would have 4 of these. Oh, and I do need to deal with BioCrud input as well, but I think BioCrud is just like one belt that comes all the way along the bottom, because these take 0.05 BioCrud a second. It's like, it's not even worth mentioning in the grand scheme of the system. But I will put it here just so that it is being tracked. 1, and then these could probably be stacked like that. And then, yeah, the bots are going to build what they can. And then we take here. Yeah, these are very small amounts of... And then we take this whole thing and we put 2 of them next to each other. Oh! The only problem with this is that... I actually don't want to do that. With the top and bottom, I need to have a way to merge the molten salt systems. So we actually do want to leave like... We'll leave like 4 there. And then coming off of that would be a heat exchanger, which again, I don't have built. Yeah, and then steam turbine and blah, 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 blah. All right, that's hot molten salt, which comes in here. To one of these heat exchangers. And a high pressure turbine. Cool. And then the regular salt, or the not quite as hot salt, would come through here, 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 here. Again. We can paste that. And then we basically just need to run a pipe through the middle here for each of the salt types so that they're actually connected. But if we kind of grab everything here related to the plumbing, we can flip that vertically and put that in place. Okay. So that's kind of it. Like, that is a power plant. Do I love it? Not really, but I mean, it's not my worst design ever. Now I just need to kind of put it where it can be useful. So I'm gonna have to cut and paste this somewhere else, obviously. Let's get the, oh, yep, we gotta run... So one of these belts is going to be bio-crud, and the other one is going to be... the other thing. Jerky. So this is going to do kind of like this thing. This will be the bio-crud belt. Okay. So that, I think, is ready to just, like, cut and paste into position when I'm ready for it. Which is cool. I might only cut and paste, like, a module. Because I don't think I want to try to build the whole thing to scale, to full scale right now. One, I don't know if I have the jerky and bio-crud throughput for it. And two, it's just, like... expensive. Like, how much does each of these compost plants cost? They're not cheap. Yeah, 10 intermetallics, 30 duralumin. I mean, it's not awful, but until I get better... Do I have a better duralumin recipe yet? No. Yes. I can do duralumin from molten... Okay. Yeah. So this is a thing I want to be thinking about putting on my to-do list then, is molten aluminum and molten copper on the bus for duralumin. And by the bus, I mean the train bus. Which we haven't even looked at today in 2.5 hours, but that's okay. Because, yeah, if I could get copper and aluminum running, that would be fantastic. More chromium. Why is everything chromium? Where's copper? There's a little bit. That's chromium. Oh, that's copper. That's pretty close. That's copper. That's pretty close. Okay. Yeah, I could probably get a copper thing going. Aluminum. So my aluminum is like dead anyway right now, isn't it? It's been pretty close to dead for a while. Not dead, not great. We've mostly managed to mine through the mess that is all of this. Why are these not running at full? Oh, they are. I keep doing this. I always look at these belts and I'm like, why aren't these running at full speed? They are running at full speed. The belts are just stacked now. I'm still not used to stacked belts after however many hundreds of hours. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Let's, we're gonna do, that. We're gonna do, like, I mean, I could put it right here, couldn't I? I've got my 2 output lines already going right where I need them. Yeah, let's do it. It's gonna be a bunch of landfill, but I have a bunch of landfill, so I'm not concerned about it. I mean, there's only 16 in my inventory, but I should have thousands in the base. Cannot insert transport belt. Inventory full. Okay, and yeah, this is even in the right order. So biocrud through here. Down here. Jerky up here. Perfect. So I think the only thing now that I have to think about is I want to grab biocrud from the other deposit, this biocrud deposit here. Because we're forwarding jerky out here, but we're not getting rid of this biocrud. So I want to take this out and merge it with this line. And that should be pretty much it as far as getting that stuff good to go. Nine. Rid of these 2 things. Get rid of these 2 things. Okay. They're still going to want to put down all the belts and all the foundation or landfill, and that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing, like, the actual part of this that matters, which is one of these quadrants. Because if we have a bunch of partially built ones, they're just not going to work well. So 1 quadrant at a time. I'm definitely going to need to grab landfill. I'm going to need to deal with some of this situation in my inventory. That's okay, too. And I didn't run power when I designed this whole thing, so I'm going to have to figure out how to run power through this whole setup. I also... Did I cut off power here? I think I didn't. Somehow? Let's do just power poles. Thank you. just a line of power poles. Okay. But yeah, that's fine because the rails are now... This radar is now powered from the rail side. So it doesn't need to come through here anymore. And we can recoup all of these power poles. Yay! Okay, I'm gonna need like 1 trillion landfill. Or at least a couple thousand landfill. And a bunch of buildings. So let's go see what we can figure out as far as the buildings go. Duralumin, it looks like, is gonna be a problem still. Oh, and I need to hook up fish still to the rest of the slaughtered animal mess. But that is not as important as some of the other things. Landfill is right down here? Yeah, here we go. Landfill. Yeah, I can grab some landfill. Let's find some random purple chests that I can throw stuff in. Actually, I have one here. What else is in here that I don't want? Moss, seaweed, sap. Bunch of fish for some reason. Okay. My inventory is a little bit more manageable. We're still not doing great with... What is this split? Did I have something else that took this at one point? Not sure. We're still not doing great with duralumin. Oh, and it's going to be even worse because my aluminum's broken. I was like, that doesn't matter. I don't use that much aluminum. I do use that much aluminum when everything I want to make right now needs duralumin. Is there some in this system? Probably not. It's probably all been used up at the mall. And yes, that appears to be the case. Grand. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the mall for the things that I need, not just the composters. And we'll let it put up 2 stacks of those because I'm going to need a bunch. But we're going to do the high-pressure steam turbines. We're going to do the biomass power plant. And we're going to do the Herba-derba-derba. What's the last piece that I need? Heat exchangers. Okay. So some of these might need other things to show up before they decide that they are on the... Alright, iron plates and pipes are definitely in the Logis system. Pipes, Pi Tank 70KL. I thought that I had started making those somewhere. Maybe I just thought about it, though. Are they up here? I don't see them. Maybe I just thought about it. Because I'm using those 70KL tanks in one of my standard rail stations. But I don't see them here. So we'll make sure we're making those. And we'll let it buffer a couple stacks of those, because they're an intermediate and I want them. Lead. Oh, and these need a lot of duralumin. Okay. Everything needs duralumin. The other thing those need is basic tanks, though, which... Okay. Yeah, pipes should be available, unless something has gone horribly wrong with my iron, which it hasn't. There's plenty of pipes in the Logi network. Okay. Let's see about aluminum, then. I guess that has become our new priority so that the jerky power plant can be rebuilt. Why are these all stopped? No starch. That's bad. And we have no starch because... Oh, this just makes biomass as a byproduct? Oh my god. Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay. Well, I did at one point, but... The right thing to do... Oh, here, let's drop these Logibots into the network somewhere. The right thing to do would be to, like, loop that biomass around and include it in the... include it in the power plant in some way. The wrong thing to do is what I'm gonna do. Which is this. Will this run out eventually? Sure. This actually makes a lot more biomass than it makes starch. So, yes, this could be a problem. Oh, and this makes 1 starch a second. How much does each of these use? 0.1 starch a second. Okay. So that is plenty. Because, yeah, this is going to start being a problem soon. Maybe not soon, but, you know, eventually. So yeah, I probably will want to take this and feed it into the system, like as a priority input somewhere, or maybe just have a separate burner. I mean, 5 biomass a second is only like half of a single biomass power plant, but it's easy enough to just add it to the system down there. Not sure yet. For now, that'll keep it running until I decide what I want to do. Worker food is great. Worker food is great. I love to see it. Up here, solder guy. Where's solder guy? Wait a second. Is that a... Oh no, that's a warehouse. Okay. Here's solder guy. His eat is set when his food count is less than whatever. I mean, I could just empty you, right? Say go eat. Yes. Cool. And then he'll go back to his cycle. All right, let's figure out aluminum then. I think I can do that right now. These just tanks of acetone? Yes. What are you? I was gonna do something with you, and then I realized I didn't have the research, and I'm gonna bet I still don't have the research. Okay. So aluminum right now is over here. And all of these are pretty empty. Okay. Oh, these two weren't quite dead yet. They can go back on. That one and that one. And then, yeah, all of this up here is totally useless. There's a little bit of a spot there. This is what I've been reduced to. If I can just get aluminum running in the vaguest sense again, I will be reasonably happy with myself. A bunch of these are, yeah, so these have stone underneath them, so they won't finish mining up the coal yet, but If I so desired, I could feed that into there. Unfeed this here. And have access to quite a bit more. Oh, these ones just died. Perfect timing. Alright, so yeah, this is all gonna be, like, fully dead sooner than later. Oh, that already mined itself out. Beautiful. Let's try to make this a little bit less terrible. Alright, so this just all needs power now, and I need to hook up the gas. Thought I just built several of these. Okay. Oh, I know what happened. Some of those got claimed by my actual, like, base-wide construction bots, so my local bots weren't building them. That'll do it. Okay. So this is, like, not quite the last of the aluminum, but it's pretty close to the last of the aluminum. I can, you know, certainly find ways to, get a little bit more out, but not much. And then feeding in, yeah, this coal is going to be a problem, so I'm going to have to bring in another bolt of coal from somewhere. think this is pretty much all covered except for one little bit sticking out the side here. So I think if I do that, pipe there. What do I need? Oh, I need circuit boards. Oh, that's annoying. How many are left on you? 180? Okay, so that's aluminum, maybe fixed for now. Yeah, because this is like, well, it's a little more than 10 a second because of mining productivity. But yeah, 1.1 times 10 is 11 a second, 12 a second. If I wanted to rearrange and make room for one more set of ball rooms and arc furnaces, ball mills and arc furnaces, I could do that and I could get a little more out of this. I don't know that it's worth it. This should help significantly with getting my Duralumin back on track. But I do need to rebuild aluminum, like, for real. And I think right now, molten aluminium... Yeah, aluminum processing stage 4 gives us... What does stage 2 do? I think I already got... Oh, nope, not quite. Aluminium processing stage 2. I'm close to it. I get the aluminum pulp. Using steam and phosphoric acid and water and lime. Okay. And that ultimately is 5 into 100, 100 into 100, 100 into 50. So it's 5 into 50. Compared to this, which is 2 into 10. Okay, so it does double. That's weird that, like, aluminum processing 2 is way at the back here. Usually they end up vaguely technology order sorted. But I guess since I have none of these unlocked. So that's something to keep in mind, is... what do I want to do with aluminum? But, like, I want to get aluminum and copper on the rail system so that I can do, Duralumin on the rail system. Or at least do Duralumin from molten aluminum and molten copper. Just like I set up my molten tin and molten lead. That'll do these buffers. And also make plates. I want to do the same thing there. So we'll have like molten aluminum, or we'll have a whole aluminum processing setup that can produce plates, but can also put up molten aluminum onto the bus for other things. Like solder. Although I'm sure we are out of... That's funny. I must have managed to get 2 deliveries of lead and 1 delivery of tin before everything backed up on byproducts down here. How was science, by the way? 8 a second? Yeah. 9 a second? Fluctuates. But it's looking okay. These guys are going wild up here. But I suspect... I should probably be doing blue inserters on all of the inputs, huh? Like, if I do like that... Well, yes. Fine, I'll make a darn upgrade planner. From yellow inserter to blue inserter. Give my construction bots something to do. They so rarely have anything to do in this base. I only have like a couple of dozen construction bots that are actually in the bot network. It's mostly Logi, and it's mostly to run this mall. And to clean up all my dump chests. But yeah, a lot of these things have large numbers of ingredients, and makes sense to keep the assemblers saturated. So, there we go. That should keep the construction bots busy for a little while. Small upgrades. How is aluminum looking now that it's been going? Are some of these already dead? Yeah, they're already dead. Oh, the construction bots got that one built. Nice. I forgot they would do that eventually. Let's get the belts hooked up for that then. Okay, and then I just saw something concerning down here. Our wood products seem... We have plenty of ash. Is our demand for wood products just that high right now? Yeah, these two run on the top. Come in. This one runs on the bottom. Oh! I broke my power again. But it's probably over here. I deleted the same load-bearing power poles that I always delete when I mess with this system. Which is the connection from, like... Yeah, this side. To... This is still not totally ideal, but it's better. There it goes. We do need more power. I've been kind of sitting on the cusp power-wise for a while, and it, you know, depending on how much the base is doing, it'll pretty easily get overwhelmed. Because, yeah, these are running full bore right now. And this is probably running full bore as well. Yeah, pretty close. Oh, no, not that one. This one. So yeah, we need more power. So that's a good excuse to finish working on this power plant down here. Just get all of this stuff actually running. All right, it has been an hour since the last break, so I am going to grab myself some more water while Twitch runs some ads, and I will be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. I have more tea, I have more water, I am ready to dive into this. So, right now, well, power. I think we're going to be okay now that now that I got things hooked up again. It's still going to spike over our capabilities. Not too badly, though. And as long as this system is... Alright, this isn't actually pulling from all of this coal, which means it's backed up on something, and I'm curious what it's backed up on. Certainly not steam. It's not the gasoline. It's not the aromatics. It's not the carbolic oil. Oh, it's probably not actually backed up. It's just that machines aren't quite running at full capacity. That's okay. I'm trying to think how I can get more power more sooner. I mean, I could definitely just go exploring and see if I can find, like, another geothermal up in this direction or down here somewhere. It wouldn't be a huge power buff, but it would help. But probably the better thing to do is to focus on getting, let's see, has all that aluminum that I've been making made it down here yet? Is it backing up on the belts again? Yes, it is backing up on the belts again. So I don't know if we ever actually interrupted duralumin processing. We may have maintained. I may have caught it in time. But I think with the gasoline hopefully in slightly better shape. It's hard to know with this gasoline system. It's just kind of like a tree of pumps feeding out. Yeah, I mean, this is sitting at 0 point whatever. What do we divide by? 100. Okay. So yeah. In theory, gasoline could fall low enough that this would switch relatively soon. Yep, there goes. And then it'll switch back to gasoline and let the petroleum gas build up. Okay. So we are still occasionally dumping petroleum gas into the fuel pipe system. That's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Yeah, I think there's not a lot I can do, like, power-wise without more... Alright, one of these doesn't need... What needs to be down here? I need a pressure pump. I need a geothermal plant. And that's it, right? The rest of it happens at my base. Because it needs heat, and heat is a whole thing. So yeah, it would be down here. I would need another regenerative heat exchanger, basically. I've got support enough for 960 geothermal water right now, and I currently have, I think, 3 of them, each producing... That's 6... 750, 825. So yeah, I need one more regenerative heat exchanger, and maybe some more of these guys. Why are these cycling on and off? Oh, because we have no steam buffered down here. Yeah. Let's make sure that all of my geothermal is okay and I didn't, like, accidentally disconnect a geothermal pipe. Because isn't there a geothermal pipe that comes through, like, here? Like here? All right, well, that was part of the problem. Maybe the whole problem. Follow this pipe down and make sure that we are correctly pumping along. Correctly pumping along. All right, well, that was part of my power issue, too. All right. These should be running more robustly now. Yeah, now we're up at like 1.8 gigawatts instead of 1.2. Okay, I think we are actually stable now. The number of times I have broken that pipe while messing around with the coal belts and miners up there is ridiculous. It was an awful place to feed the pipe through. But what's done is done. All right. How is... I'm going to assume we still have no duralumin buffered at the base. And that it's all still kind of... I mean, it's coming through slowly. Wait, we also have no... What are you? The iron nexolite antimony special alloy? How is that stopped? Oh, my nexolite was kind of wishy-washy for a little bit because it was running off of meat before I got the food going. So maybe that was the issue, and this will be fine again. Because, like, this is supposed to make enough. This makes 0.2. Each of these consumes 0.06. So yeah, we should be able to make plenty of the iron nexolite antimony special alloy. And it should be able to... Yeah, there we go. I just saw a bar of it go by. Alright, so that is working. It's just slow. What is... Oh, I must have had an issue with, something ended up on the wrong side of the belt, and I had to do a cleanup there. That's funny. Yeah, and then the intermetallics were my issue last time, and they are finally, like, buffering. There's a long belt for them to buffer on all the way back to, like, where these are produced, but they are finally starting to back up and buffer. And once that belt fills all the way back up, and at one point it was filled all the way up, that's how long it was, like, screwed up the last time I let it die. But once that belt is filled all the way up, we will be able to... Oh, it's for these, yeah. All of the iron nexolite antimony special alloy will end up being pushed through to that belt, and that should rebuffer pretty quickly. I mean, right now, that being missing for shafts is kind of sad, but I think I have lots of these. Yeah, well, I have a stack of mechanical parts buffered, and I've got, obviously, stuff on belts, so I think in the short term we're gonna be okay. Maybe not in the long term, but... Here's a question. Does anything that needs duralumin gotten built yet? Hey, we actually built one of the biomass power plants. Recyclers, no. Heat exchangers, no. Oh, these ones don't need the duralumin, though. Neither did the... Oh, no, but these need duralumin up here, right? Yeah. And then these are also in need of duralumin. So yeah, I could, if I wanted to let it start running. Maybe I should do this. Let's double check what's downstream of this before I break it. But like, this feeds duralumin down into... brakes. Okay. Yeah, I can turn this off. And that way the Logibots will have some, we'll have something to grab there. All right. I think if I come up here, I should also be able to sort of salvage some of the duralumin from... Yeah, because, like, this is just buffering stuff right now. So I don't really need it. And it would be better to have it in here for the bot mall. All right, there's two for us. Okay. And there's Arcod research. What else do I have? Mycology stage 2 is early, but I don't know. I mean, Yadol's just feed directly into science. Micro filters, which gives me what? A better spore collector recipe for phagogy. Yeah. This just improves all the spore collection recipes, and I don't know if I care about that right now either. What else do we have potential access to? Oh, zinc. Let's get that. I want to have sort of all of the... There was an aluminum stage 2. Oh, that's post-Arcods, because that needs vanadium. We probably do need to be thinking about vanadium, though. Sulfur processing. What else do I need for aluminum besides vanadium? Phosphorus. Molybdenum, which gives us seaweed stage 2. I'm not super bottlenecked on seaweed yet. Advanced mining facilities, we probably need for something. Oh, better chromium. But that doesn't feed into anything. I want to find... Where is it? Where is Psi 2 in this chart? Psi 2. Okay. There's still so much to do that I haven't even started on. What are you? Light oil processing. Sure, throw it in the list. I like that there's a stage 1 and then there's stage 2, which has rare earths and silicon carbide and apparently something I can do with biomass. All right, yeah, the bots are dragging duralumin up here now. Surely I have automated factories on this list somewhere. I can't believe that I don't have those in here. Maybe not. What else do you need that you don't have? Automated factory and pie tanks. Okay. Yeah, because we have all the stuff for automated factories. So that'll get the heat exchangers running. Yeah, okay, we got our first tanks cycling through as well. This claims 0 of both of these in logistics storage. I don't think that's true. Let me double check that those are being correctly buffered. Oh, it is true. And it's true because we don't have the iron next lead antimony special alloy. That is not ideal. All right. Well, the system will eventually turn itself back on in that regard. But it's still not great. I mean, I can build a few of these and then use them to build... What's the thing that actually needed those? Was it the heat exchanger? It's the heat exchanger. Okay. I can do that myself and make that heat exchanger. Simple circuits and the pie tank. Yeah. And that way I can install that heat exchanger in place and we don't need to wait for the mall to be able to build it as my alloys still fix themselves. And then that pie tank... What does this thing need? A bunch of duralumin. Okay, there's one up there, though. I'll just grab the one that's up there. I'll walk up myself and I'll steal it from the bot mall. Yoink. And there we go. The other thing that I am going to need is one of these. So I will need one more gearbox, a bunch of duralumin, of course. Duralumin, yeah, some steel, a gearbox, which mightn't be in here. No, but I can grab that from, I know where it is. Should still have some gearboxes. They're not in their chest, which means they're not available to the network, but there are still some hanging out on belts and stuff. Yeah. All right, there's that. The other thing we're going to need a bunch of is the actual biomass, well, 2 of the actual biomass power plants, right? Yeah, 2 of those, and then 8 more of the compost plants is kind of the expensive thing. But biomass power plants, well, there's one of them. What do you need? Oh, just more iron. I could probably do that. All right. And then the composting plants need more duralumin, and there's not a lot that I can do about that. Except wait for the bots to catch up with, like, everything else that's also pulling duralumin that I all just added at once to this flippin' thing when our production is still slow. Yeah. Titanium, duralumin, intermetallics, steam engines. Like, there's nothing horrible in it. It's just that, again, my duralumin production is still catching up. But I should have everything that I need now for this to turn on and start producing power, even if, I did not grab enough landfill, I don't think. Apparently, 2,000 was not enough. And then these guys are going to try to build this whole mess out. They're going to run me out of landfill and belts and inserters pretty quickly. All right. Let's head back up top. Let's grab what we need. Oh, and I never figured out power for this. Yeah, okay. And then, let's see, from here. There we go. That's actually not how I want to do that. All right. So those will kind of be that side there. And then if I grab big power poles now, yeah, they'll run right through the middle. How did I end up with... Oh, yeah, because these are not symmetric. That's how I ended up with... This part isn't symmetric, I mean. So, if I grab this here and just pull it in right until it connects there... There we go. And then I'm going to have to deal with, when I copy and paste this quadrant, getting it connected to everything else. But I just need like 2,000 more belts and a bunch more inserters and a bunch more landfill. And these guys should be able to build the rest. And then this thing might turn on. Oh, let's get the output here, this biocrud, done while I'm down here. besides not having belts. Cool. That should do what I want once I have the belts. This should do what I want once I have the power poles. Oh, landfill. And then the rest of it should build up fine. There's a bunch of biocrud that went down this side. That's okay. I've got a bunch of other biocrud around the base that I can also eventually be feeding into this system. Either get the Logibots to start doing it, or run a bunch more belts. Alright, I'm gonna say Jerky Sync is done. All of this is related to basically the new rail base, and I don't think I'm there yet. I think I'm still dealing with other problems in this base. What did I come up here for? I came up here for belts, gray assemblers, extra gray assemblers, inserters, landfill down here. There we go. 4,000 landfill. Hopefully, this is enough of everything for this build down here to finish up. The other thing that I'm going to need to do is get this filled with molten salt before it can start producing power. I didn't really plan around that yet. Oh, and I still don't have enough inserters. Wow. What's left? 18 inserters down here. Few recyclers. Composters. Cool. Yeah, so these don't have power. Oh, but they will shortly. And then they're going to have input fluid issues because, yeah, we're not filling this yet. Okay. That is fine. Let's get that figured out. I had sorted this out up here, had a system. I was doing something. Right, if they're both less than 2,000, then enable the pipe letting it in. Okay, I'll just grab like this much. We're gonna have an input pipe for cold. This is warm, this is warm, this is warm, this is warm. So this is cold. Right? Yeah, this comes in on this side. So yeah, this is the cold molten salt. As if that is a thing. And then... So this can be the input. And I think what I had up here is I have like a buffer on each side and I measure both buffers? How did I do it? Yeah, I've got these little buffer thingies here. Okay. Let's just find a spot where we can do this whole part, this whole dance. So like here's a reasonable place to do it for the molten side. Right there. And then I'm going to need another spot for the cold side. Again, quote-unquote cold. And then if I grab this... and then hook this up there. So this is measuring... basically what it's trying to say is we don't want to end up with too much molten salt in the loop because it can back up. So we want to make sure that we are properly bringing in... oh. Those got put backwards. We want to make sure that we're properly bringing in just enough molten salt to like keep the system looping, but not so much. So we want to have just a little bit of buffer on each side of the loop. And this is what handles that. So yeah, this turns on if there's room in both of these. So I need to build a couple of these 10 KL tanks, which of course is more duralumin. And then I need to drag down a molten salt belt from where I'm producing molten salt, which is like up here somewhere. Here. But I have a ton of molten salt buffered. I have been just letting it buffer for a long time now. So once I get the pipes hooked up, that loop will fill pretty quickly. Ooh, trains are running. I don't know what they're doing, but they're going somewhere. Oh, you just delivered liquid? Or you picked up... yeah, you probably just delivered saline, huh? Cool. Right. Alright, there's those two tanks. And then I said I need a few more these. I'm gonna need a bunch of undergrounds and a bunch of pumps to get the... oh, I have heaps of pumps. To get the salt run from, like, up here all the way down to this power plant to fill it in. The other option, of course, is to barrel it all. But that is many, many thousands of salt, and I am not sure that that is... ooh. This is bad. This iron patch is not going to be healthy for very much longer, is it? Alright, will this get most of a full belt going again? Yeah, most of a full belt going again. Okay. Put this on the to-do list then. And I probably want to try to do new iron on the trains as well. Do I have... yeah, I have steel stage 2. So I can do molten steel from molten iron and blah, 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 blah. So this is what we want to do. We want to get molten iron running, and then that'll make steel and iron on rails. Start pushing it into the new base. All right, so this needs to come like, so straight across and straight down and straight in. It's not a lot of, yeah, maybe come down through here. Yeah, I think that's fine. So let's start with a pump. Oop. And too far. Where's the actual... There it is. Oh, so close and yet so far. That's okay. We'll do one of these and then like one of those and one of those. Oh, too long again. Let's see, where's the alert? Right here. Uh-oh. How do I have 5 of these? Ugh, I didn't realize there was one here. Okay. Let's go ahead. Do I have a deconstruction planner for... I don't. Let's add one. For just... pipe to grounds. All of this is wrong. There we go. Make sure the bots are actually all caught up on this, otherwise I won't know until it's too late that we've gone too far again. There we go. All right, and then down here, we will have our actual input. Is this actually going to work? No, this is going through where I need buildings to be. This is not the right place for this. A for effort, but wrong. Over here... All right. And then... what happened? Okay, yeah, this should have settled at like 90, and it did. Okay, good. So that's cold molten salt into the system. Then yeah, this is gonna run... Cool. Yeah, this should start to slowly turn itself on. Obviously, it needs a lot more composters to actually produce molten salt in significant quantities. Oh, and we don't have the pressurized water input. That's easy, though. What do I need for a pressure pump? Oh, just some iron. All right. Surely pressure pumps are a thing that I have in the mall, though, so I can just ask to keep those. Let's check that. Do I have pressure pumps being made? Really, who knows? See lots of things, but I don't see pressure pumps. All right, let's add them. Ooh, we got some composters. We got a composter. But yeah, we've got this all. Down here, we want to input priority left. We want to make sure that this doesn't back up. Because really, ultimately, this shouldn't happen very often. These are stopped. And they're stopped because we're out of blood. All right. I didn't necessarily expect blood to be the limiting factor in our food production, but so be it. I mean, we have plenty of food being made here, so I'm not overly concerned about it. I mean, I am concerned about all this stuff that's going to keep spoiling, obviously. So getting this power plant fully operational would be nice, at least to like a full 1/4. But other than that, we seem to be in an okay situation. And that's all still... Oh, why no antimony? Antimony? Item ingredient shortage. This doesn't look backed up to me at all. I'm confused. Was it maybe power? Was it oxygen? No. I haven't been low on oxygen in a long time, which is probably a sign that I should be worried about it. Output full. Has this just always been broken? Apparently, yes. Let's drop some more outserters on those automated screeners. I think that is a bottleneck that has probably always been there that I never noticed. So hopefully with twice the output speed... Yeah, because what happens is when it stalls, the inserters stop inserting too, right? And when that happens, the whole thing really slows down. Oh yeah, look at that. We're already burning through all of this output from here. All right. So that should be a little bit better, but I also think... Oh, we have plenty of antimony. Because we also pull it from this one. This whole bigger antimony factory that I made. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. How is coal processing looking? Eh. The answer is eh. I probably need to get another belt, because obviously, yeah, we're down to like half a belt here. Aluminum is fully backed up. That's fantastic to see. Well, I don't know if fantastic is the right word, but that is nice to see. I don't want that. I just want the overlay again. How did I turn it off? Worker robots, roboports. There we go. You could definitely tell the old spaghetti electric networks from the newer stuff. And there it is, the load-bearing power pole right in the middle. What would I need to do to make that slightly more redundant? I could connect through here, and I could connect... Look, oh, this is all, believe it or not, somehow not connected through. Wow. Okay. So if I was to take one like here... There we go. And then also like down here. There we go. And that should help with some redundancy in the overall network. Wander by there and let the bots put that stuff away. I'm also going to run up and I'm going to grab another composter. Wherever that is, up here. I could ask the Logibots to do it, but they're busy enough right now. Oh, they brought it to me. They already brought it to me. Never mind. Or they're already trying to bring it to me and then I moved and now they don't know where I am or where to put that composter. That's an option too. Which is unfortunate because that's an expensive building to lose track of right now. Oh look, it's right here. I had 4 of them in there? Okay. Well, that should be enough to finish getting sort of the first quadrant of the power plant online. And then, where did I put those ghost reconnections? There's some through here? Yeah. And then another one up here? Yeah. Alright, and that should have, like, this segment of the grid better connected now with... Oh, that's funny. Like, these 2 stations are powered totally separately from the rail network. Why would I... Well, I know why I did that, because I built these before the rail network was powered. These were prototype stations. I wonder how my my rolling for Vrock Mark IIs has been going. Still 1 after, yeah, 700 products. Woohoo! Supposed to get 1 every 200 on average. Not enough moss coming through there. I've gotten distracted from any, like, actual progress today, and I'm just fixing stuff. Which I know is not the most exciting, but it just needs to happen. So yeah, moss is... Okay, yeah, moss isn't making it down to the rocks because it's all going into wood because something is sucking up a ton of wood. Science. It's all science. It's science that's sucking up my wood. I really can't complain about that. Maybe I need more wood. Definitely, I need more moss. Alright, I'm gonna... Ugh. This is not really easy to, like, grow, is it? Can I take, like, a... here... and a vertical flip, and a not really. I think I want to take, like, here. And then put those, like, there. And then rejigger where some of these things go so that things are actually correct. So moss will come around on the other side here. This is stone. My inventory full? No. Oh, I think the regular construction bots got pulled in for a few of these operations, which is not ideal, but... Okay. Moss, CO2. We just need the stone to be... connected through here. Oh, and this whole belt ended up in a weird, awful place. Oh. I totally missed that Twitch was about to give me an ad, so I'm gonna step away for just a couple minutes and stretch my legs. I could use a little more water, and I will be back when the ad's over. Okay, sorry about that. I started my break late because I didn't realize the ad was coming. Late I was. Okay. This comes through here, down here, across, not there. Across there. Can I make one more, like, moss thing? No. These all need... Okay. Is that all hooked up now? Yes. So this is not a lot more moss, but like... It's not nothing. That's for sure. Another... Well, that's like 25% more moss in the main moss. That's actually rather significant. Curious if I can get this to like... If I do that, I get like a here to here, and here to here, and here. That's fine. And then it would be like that, and that. And then the stone just needs to do like that kind of thing. What are you waiting for? There we go. What are you waiting for? There we go. So yeah, each of these makes 0.2 moss a second. I've got 12, 18, 24, 36 times 0.2 is 7.2. So we're up to like half a belt of moss. Which is not terrible, but not, well, it's certainly more. It's more. That's what matters. And especially as long as it can keep up better with our wood demand, I will be happy with it. Down here, I have more of those composters now, and a pressure pump, so I can finish setting up this power plant. Well, not quite finish. I need one more composter. But pressure pump here, making pressurized water, water in, water wherever. I don't. Well, that's not quite right either, is it? Let's do that. Let's put this here. Then let's grab the pressure pump and like that. All right, this should start making power now. And it is making power now. Cool. What are we still missing here? Yeah, just one of these. That is fine. Well, I say fine. What do I need for you? Duralumin, titanium, a bunch of stuff. And again, this is only pulling like 3 jerky a second and a very, very small amount of the biocrud. So we definitely will be seeing... Yeah, we're blood limited. All right, so we will want to find other uses for a lot of these things, right? We still have a lot of guts, we still have a lot of skin, we still have a lot of lard. And they will need to be transformed into things other than worker food. But every time one of these gets slaughtered and we end up with a little bit of extra blood, it can get pushed on through up to here. What did I put a tank here? I need a tank here. Well, I remember why I put a tank here, but I don't need it anymore. I put the tank there so that it could drain originally. Because I had a fairly large buffer of blood down here, and I wanted to get rid of some of it. But that's not necessary anymore. Yeah, and some of these are output full, which I guess means I should be using more caravans, or finding other things that can eat worker food. Yeah, worker food to Nexalit, or... that's it. Okay. I think if I go to Yafsi... I don't have workers' food here. Let's add a tab. Food. Okay. So if we take worker food and we are bringing in some worker food. Yeah, so it can be consumed to make Nextolite and eventually other things. But also it counts as a fuel? No, it doesn't count as a fuel. Interesting. Okay, so yeah. Nextolite. And then eventually we can get guano from various animals. But not yet. Or we upgraded to quality worker food. Ooh, which doubles its, adds bone meal, it adds some more skin, it adds some tree seeds. Interesting combination of stuff. It gives us the quality worker food. Oh, which goes to deluxe workers food. And that's where it ends. Oh, and that's an input to science. Oh, no. God, look at this frickin' crafting tree, though. Fortunately, we are nowhere near this. Immediate, obvious uses for the workers' food besides Nextolite, unfortunately. And I don't think I need to expand my Nextolite production. Oh, this guy. Why are you starved? You're supposed to have interrupted yourself. I just lost him. He's wandering away. Oh, is he wandering back now? Get rid of the interrupt. Run your... Go eat. Right? Because that's this outpost. You figure it out yet? No. Why are you so confused? Alright, let me wander up there. Let me see if I can get him Alright. So its food now is less than 10. We're gonna remove the interrupt. We're gonna say go empty your cargo. Oh, they're so fast with workers' food. I want to track this guy, and I want to see if I can, like, get him to interrupt. Because I don't fully understand why he was stuck there. Alright, so yeah, he's going to come up here. Oh, and he's not going to be able to empty himself because this is very full. Alright, now he's empty. And he's off. Oh, he burns through this food so slowly, though. Okay, let's do that. Because, yeah, condition, worker food less than 10. Target, caravan outpost, store food. I've completely lost track of this guy on the map. Oh, this guy still has jerky. Let's go see what I can do with him. Maybe I can, well, one, I need to put some real food in him. Two, maybe I can figure out why he's... Oh, hey, there you go. You are still... haven't interrupted yourself. Okay. Okay. Grab everything out of this guy. He's gonna wanna... Right, now he's going to get food. Because he didn't have workers' food in his inventory, and that's what the condition says, is if you don't have workers' food, go get food. So he should come over here. Yeah, and fill himself up. Okay. Unclear what went wrong with the other guy, but it appears to be working now. So let's, drop a bunch of, that's not lovely. But let's find a roboport here and see about... getting some of this stuff on the network. There we go. That way, if the bots decide they ever do want to start pulling this stuff out of these chests, they can. Because that's basically what I've been doing with my dump chests, is just upgrading them to active provider chests so the bots can do what they need with them. And then, I mean, I could put lane balancers on there, but I don't know if I actually care enough to do that. This is ridiculous. We don't need any of this part anymore. Let's just run this straight through. How is Duralumin looking? It's still trying. Yeah, I mean, everything feeding into intermetallics is still, like, fully saturated on this side, so everything will be going to the main base. It's just... it's a lot that has to do it. It's a lot of buffer to fill up. There's a lot of demand for a bunch of the buildings that I added to the mall, so it's going to take a while for Duralumin to saturate. Never mind the demand for, like, shafts and gearboxes and everything else, which I mean, probably one of the ways to fix that would be to turn off... Wait, why don't I have niobium? Niobium's not supposed to be backed up on anything. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is. Okay. Why am I like this? Seriously. Why do I do this to myself? Past Brandon is such an asshole. Oh. Okay. Well, let's, is this all totally full? Yeah, only like half full. Oh yeah, how's my, latex doing? I should double check that, because it had some issues earlier. Oh look, we have no inputs. We have no inputs. Why no formic acid? Oh no, these are all running. I think this is okay, actually. I think I scaled this for planning to upgrade this to Vrock Mark II modules. And the Vrocks are obviously still Mark 1s. We checked this earlier. After 700 rolls, well, 699. I still only have one Mark II, so I can't start breeding them yet. Hopefully, with... So everything here green? Everything's looking green. I probably could build one more of these things to, maybe I should. Because this would run a lot faster if it had more cocoons more often. And right now, most of my cocoons are apparently running through here. I think because of how the moduling works, with the reproductive complexes taking 2 and these taking, the Vrock paddocks taking 10, the ratios change slightly. And I think right now, I think when I calculated all this, I did it all for Vrock Mark IIs, and I was like, 4 of these will be plenty of spare cocoons to start the Vrock Mark II breeding, which would be true if I was using Vrock Mark IIs. I think. So, I'd have to go double check in YAFC, and I don't feel like doing that right now. But I think what I want to do... Yeah, disabled by control behavior. Yeah, this wants there to be 500 of those backed up on this belt. Is that right? Is that a typo? 120, 240. I mean, maybe it is right. But, like, I'm surprised we're so far below that threshold. Although, we were limited by... by moss, right? We were having moss throughput issues for a while. And that was turning off multiple things, not just my Vrock production. Adding that extra 25% moss is something I should have done a long time ago, because this does seem significantly more robust now. And with that in mind, you know, we're gonna see this catch up, right? If we were just to sit here watching this, yeah, we're already over 225 again. But I don't think it could hurt to try to make one more of these if I can find a decent spot for it. And have one that's just dedicated to running this, and then the rest of these are for Vrocks and then overflow to running that. So let's make a reproductive complex. What do we need? Oh, we need so much stuff. Titanium, iron, glass, small parts. Okay. That's not, I mean, it's not that bad. Titanium. Small parts. Steam engines I saw. Okay, we just need glass. Okay, yeah, it's not that bad. Glass is in a stupid spot, but other than that, easy enough to make one of these. The thing I might want is a barreling machine, and we'll go from there and figure out what other things I missed. So this thing can go like right here. Needs 2 Vrox as modules. 1, 2. Okay. We need, I think everything input-wise is small enough that it's basically, yeah, it's all one. We have effectively this part goes here. We then need these and these. And then the water barrels, and I just built a separate barreling machine for that because I didn't want to figure out how to route those from the other one, and barreling machines are cheap. The only question is, how do I best position it? I mean, I could do it like... do it here. Do I have any? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Let me grab some. Start making a stack of these, and then the last thing we need is the flora, and then the flora spoilage output. So flora spoilage output is just those two. It can literally just go here. And then the flora input is gonna be like, I don't know, here. And then we've got like that. Oh, this won't work right. Come on, Brennan. Stop half-assing things. Okay, I need to make sure that this can loop so that there's room for spoiled flora to actually get out. So, like, that goes like that. This will come here. This needs to loop. It's gonna do something real goofy. But then it can come back around. And it'll do 2 things. One, we'll take just native flora here. And then this will be input priority right. So we'll take the stuff through, and then any thing that comes off the spoilage side will be dealt with. Actually right here. Right? Is that a flora spoilage belt? That's a flora spoilage belt. Beautiful. So I don't even need to go that far. I just need to put it like there. All right. And then get this power connected up again. And that should help this run a little more consistently. Oh, it would help if I actually connected that as well. The noodles are definitely real in this area, but that will help with this. And will help with maybe someday making more Vroks. Because yeah, this is ridiculous. Over 700 rolls and no Vrok Mark IIs yet. Meanwhile, over here, yeah, we're up to 350. So this has managed to repopulate now that we have enough moss coming through. Which is exactly what I want to see. Let's see. It looks like we're doing fine with sap here. It's staying saturated on this part of the belt, and we do always have a little bit floating down. So I think that's okay. I'm always worried that these machines are not quite making enough, but I could add a couple more at the end, I guess. Wouldn't be that hard. Would be able to add like 2 more, not 4 more. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Okay. Well, that is, things are better. In some ways, at least. Guts are okay. This is good to see. We're pulling Jerky out pretty consistently now. Brains are still gonna spoil. There's nothing I can do about that. I just don't have a use for brains right now. But Guts and Jerky we're now using both for worker food and for power. So I am pretty happy with that, although obviously my worker food consumption is not enough yet for this to be a really useful sink. I think this is going to be the bigger sink for most of these things, unfortunately. Should be able to take like all of this and most of this. Give it a big old horizontal flip. Yeah, now that we've got the first one in place, I think wait, why does this think stuff is in the way? That concerns me. Oh, power. Oh, yeah. It's just because I haven't put down all the everything yet. I think this is fine. Then again. Eh? How did this end up so far offset? Oh, because I need to paste it vertically, of course. And then horizontally mirror this one. And put it in place like so. Okay. So that is all of that ghosted to build it full size. Obviously, we're not doing that just yet, but now that we have one quadrant that is running, I think it's fine to prepare to build the rest of them. I just wanted to make sure that we had one quadrant running correctly and that we had power being produced. Yeah, and this is gonna be flipping on and on until we get all of the buildings to build this right. But that's gonna be a little ways out because all of this needs huge amounts of duralumin and that's still buffering. All right. Copper on rails. Aluminum on rails. All right. So yeah, this is kind of the next steps for the rail base progress, and I think all of this is, well, except for new iron, although arguably even new iron is rail base. I should do it in preparation for rail basey things. So I'll want to do... we need to clean up basically the byproducts from down here, right? This stone is full from lead processing, and over at tin processing, we are full up on tailings. We're really full up on tailings, and probably also quite a bit of stone. Yeah. So we need to... figure out how we want to do that. You know, these are high priority stone feeds, so that should work correctly, that it will pull from these before it tries to pull from like any other stone that's maybe an explicit stone source. But I need to figure out what my use for stone is gonna be, and maybe I just set up a concrete plant. I need to set up more acetylene anyway, because once I unblock lead and tin, really, because they have a single shared consumer, right, which is solder over here. Once I unblock lead, like, this lead mine can use way more acetylene than my base can actually provide. So, I was gonna make... I've got this acetylene station right now that's coming from the old base acetylene pipe, and I could just change this over to a new acetylene plant, and maybe right next to that, since I'm already going to be making lime on site, is going to be a concrete plant, concrete factory, and that can take in, you know, a whole bunch of stone, crush it down to gravel and sand, and just make concrete. Make heaps and heaps and heaps of concrete. Like, pave the base levels of concrete. I mean, I already have heaps of concrete, but, like, I could have so much more concrete. You know, I'm also eventually going to need moss, and moss is going to have a lot of stone. I don't know if I would necessarily want to set up... Do I have any improvements to moss coming? Not until deep into PyScience 2. Well, not deep, but... deep enough into PyScience 2. So all we have is the moss turds, and I haven't looked into those yet, and I'm not that excited to jump into doing that. Okay. So yeah, getting a big moss factory might also be a worthwhile endeavor. Stuff to think about. I'm not sure exactly what my goals are going to be there yet. But definitely acetylene growth, concrete to start sucking down stone, maybe moss to start sucking down stone. Because, like, what's the... If I want to make a moss, I want to make a moss. from this recipe. I mean, it's 20 stone to 16 moss, so, like, it does compress. It doesn't compress a ton, but it does compress. So it's better to be storing moss than storing stone, but ultimately, it's still 3/4 the size. Oh, and I need to get fish, fish byproducts into the shared meat processing pipeline down here. Because right now this this warehouse is just going to slowly fill up with fish guts. All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it here. I think everything that's kind of on the to-do list is bigger things at the moment. Have I figured out what's going on with my... Okay, this is better. I think we may have finally started catching up on the processing of fluorospalanin down here. I don't know if I have a better use for fluorospalanin yet, but the reprocessing continues. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I think this is pretty decent spot with the new processing for meat byproducts down here, and with the new power plant. I mean, lots of minor fixes, but solid progress today. And it always feels good to have things that I can point to and say, like, I actually achieved something. Because some days I go through this and it feels like I can spend 6 hours just fixing bugs, and that's always a little disheartening. Anyway, thanks very, very much to everyone who's tuned in. You're all really appreciated. Thanks to everyone who tunes into these VODs on YouTube. You are also really appreciated. If you're watching this on YouTube and feel like doing something to feed the algorithm, it really does help small channels like mine. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. I think that's the usual spiel that I give at the end. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. This feels good. Good progress. Tomorrow is probably blueprints for my wildcard game, and we will, yeah, that should be a nice chill stream. So yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will see you next time.